Greetings, my excellent friends. We come at last to the first trial of Mad on Guard for the murder of Juan Carida. With Maya still buried in a wine cellar somewhere. There are worse places to get kidnapped and stuffed into, like the despair can be held at bay by selecting which vintage you would like to be comforted by. So I don't think she has that much to complain about. But on we go. It's only one Carida died. One! Phonetically, Juan. Here we go. Zitchael. March 22, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant, Lobby, number 3. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Speaking of phonetics, when you were a kid, you thought touche was pronounced touchy. Then you thought it was pronounced like douche. En garde. Douche. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. The Von Karma transceiver? It's him. Oh, no, it's the... Oh. Good. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya. She's unharmed, right? Well... When I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit... How shall we say? Tired. Don't worry. People don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give to me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest. If you please. Wait! The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer, dude? Who is that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. It's a mysterious assassin who has a vested interest in your acquittal. Dude, Did your nose just get longer? March 22, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Huh. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Where's Von Karma? I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane! Ms. Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive, and in stable condition. That's good. Whew. Ah! You're... I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Ms. Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Ms. Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. It's hard not to be happy here. I mean, Franziska got shot, and that's not great. But, I mean, the triumphant music and the elegant walk-in, like, come on. It's good shit. It's good shit. Da 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 do 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 do. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah. It would have to be, with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Carita, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of the death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Yeah? You think? What tipped you? The knife buried in his fucking breast? At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. Then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective. The victim, Juan Carita, he was found dead in his hotel room. The person who discovered the victim's body, that was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Mad on Guard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Angard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see, and that's when she found the victim's body? After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Carita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good, hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention to be drawn here, to this bandana. Banana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing, wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then, what about the knife? Well, it seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. One second. Juan's autopsy report, time of death 8:15 p.m. Cause strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife because there's no kill quite like overkill. At first we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. And why did you think that? Yeah, because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere near the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... Well, the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. Empty, some water on the top of the lid and has Carita's fingerprints, but nobody knows where the guitar is. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you that it had nothing to do with the case? Yeah, the guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir! Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel? Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case at all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ungard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest Ungard? Matt Ungard and Juan Carita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was, in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, well, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ungard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Well, what about the bandana? Was the bandana covered in matte marks, so to speak? Because if not, that's a bit of a hole, I dare say. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. It is a Gatewater knife, engraved in the grip. Bears the victim's blood and Ungard's fingerprints, and it matches up with the fact that there is a knife missing from the dinner table in Ungard's room. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Ripped from his costume, covered in Carita's blood, found in Ungard's hakama, the Jammin' Ninja's button. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Well, it's not fantastic. Certainly not cheery news. Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? Ha! I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like, just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Ah! There we are. There's a part of my ear that was very itchy, and I just couldn't find the exact spot. Matt Ungard and Juan Carita were huge rivals with each other. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Ungard won, did he not? Yeah. But you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Carita was always one step behind Mr. Ungard in everything. This year it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Carita lost the Grand Prix in the end. That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Ungard was beating Mr. Carita in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all, which means he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective?
It's not... Well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Detective, I am beginning to see why you were fired. Huh? No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. No!
Oh no, Detective, let's continue with the testimony.
Oh, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir! We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? Bueller? As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. Do you have any proof that button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth? Help me. Sir? All right, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the ends of the thread on the button, it is a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
Yeah. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat.
It was ripped off of the ninja costume and it was found in Mr. On-Guard's hakama.
When was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button.
Huh. So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks. Unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here?
The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife.
How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Wright? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So is the defendant the owner of this knife, then?
The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife.
Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either.
It's cutlery! Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix. Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. Button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with On-Guard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony. No matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix? The defendant did not buy the knife for the crime. The knife came from the hotel. I think that's what we're supposed to push, but it seems a little petty. It's what we're supposed to push, though. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated.
Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
But I didn't know... Oh.
The question is, where did this knife come from?
Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Karina's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect.
Blurner, blur, blurner.
The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps. And I just walked headlong into it. Boom, boom.
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Presumably yes, because Edgeworth has prompted us, so this feels like one of the ones where yes we do. But what have we got? It's not going to be the badge or the Magatama. It's not going to be a photo with an Ickle Samurai. I don't think the press conference is super relevant. We could reveal the kidnapping, but I'm pretty sure that just gets Maya murdered.
Lotta's camera was stolen on the night of the murder. That could be it. Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. Not the magazine clipping. Won't be the guide map. We've already talked about the guitar case. We have not talked about the wine glass. In fact, Helio Kami is suggesting that with tomato juice in the chat. Found next to the victim filled with tomato juice, no sign it's been drank. Right, yeah, the wine glass was mysteriously unshattered, broken, or enfuckinated during the massive struggle fight that seemed to happen. Sticks out like a sore thumb filled with tomato juice. In fact. I don't think we need to talk about the suicides. The rest of this has already been presented, so let's go with the wine glass. Actually, I do. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Flops out a DVD of One Piece. Something that this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one.
What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
You may now present one, and only one, piece of evidence.
Holy shit, they're gonna one-shot me if I fail this!
Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
Jesus, look at that! It better be the wine glass. We should save. Oh shit, can we not save? I can't save when I'm in the evidence menu. Holy shit, eat a dick. Well, take the wine glass at least.
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth?
What is it, Your Honor?
Your opinion.
You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. There's not. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright?
Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? Doesn't really seem like what she'd do, but I don't know if that... I don't know if, like, just character witness is enough to push that. We'll say no anyway, because, usually, it does not help us to back away from our points. If I appear weak here, this trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? It's highly unorthodox to ask the prosecution to prove things, but we'll do it. Perhaps just a teensy glint of art imitates life.
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected. For fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims, nor the defendants. Rather, they were one Adrian Andrews.
What?
Ba-ba-da-da-da. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Carida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
Well, what you just said makes a lot of sense.
Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario, as explains everything all too well. Yeah. I've thought long and hard about this past year, about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth, I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Okay. Where did Von Schwarma go? Off to feed Iron Man? No, Von Karma was perfectly healthy and well and ready to prosecute this case at the end of last week's VOD. At the start of this week's stream, though, she got shot. Believed to be shot by our mysterious assassin kidnapper of Maya. The killer. Yes. Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation. Von Karma is alive, but she will not be prosecuting this case. At least not today. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Ah! Gotcha! I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand?
Tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss... Witness? That terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps!
Yes, madam?
No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie one. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim? I thought you were a fan of the last actor that got murdered.
Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man. Juan Carida.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo.
What you witnessed?
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room.
See? It has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
First question, did you see Matt on guard or did you see someone wearing his costume? Because I am not playing this fucking game again.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room.
Ms. Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door.
There was something I was interested in finding out, you know.
Something you were interested in? Just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. Ah, an edgy poo too, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in?
I believe it was Karita's penis, Your Honor. I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip?
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to the testimony later.
It looks like we shouldn't force her right now.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time.
Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Karita's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born, so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room.
Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. That sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room. He was...
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Franziska's whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
You saw my client? Are you sure about that?
Yes, eh?
Really?
Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into that a bit further. The person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters.
The button was found in Ungard's hakama. But it does!
Now, what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
Oh. So you didn't see the Nickel Samurai? Well, that's surprising. He was wearing that at the detention center, too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Hi, Gav.
What a line for you to walk in on. Hi. Bad news, South Robin. Franziska von Karma has been shot.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Hi, Garvik.
Hey, Baza. Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Yes. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please.
Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She's so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. Really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she?
A couple, yes. Also, apparently a hype train is close because 2 people resubbed at the same time. But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who asked to question her. She's about as sweet as salt. I think it's this one that we have to put it on, but I don't know. It's probably this one. And I think the problem is this. Because it wasn't found in his racing jacket, it was found in his samurai gear.
Objection!
Ms. Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. She even knows the numbers for the buttons. Who numbers their buttons? What's wrong with you? Blip blip bloop 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 blip bloop bloop blip blip bloop blip bloop bloop blip blip bloop blip bloop 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 blip blip bloop blip bloop bloop blip bloop bloop blip bloop 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 blip blip bloop blip bloop bloop blip bloop bloop blip bloop. Sorry.
Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I will punish you with this!
Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Onguard's body during a full-body search.
See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was that rascal Ungard.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants.
See? See? And Ungard is the Nickel Samurai!
Witness! Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now did you not say that the defendant, Matt Onguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
Ah! I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest, but instead I have to put up with wearing this ridiculous-looking outfit. You'd agree this outfit is hideous, right? I got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy. So heavy I would have wished I would have switched to CDs long ago, but I'm keeping the dream alive for all those kids. I worked with a smile on my face, you understand. Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a tip or 10 from Edgy Poo. Now he knows how to dress.
Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Onguard the man, but Mr. Onguard the Nickel Samurai?
Anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Laurel, I think you just missed the hype train trigger when you did that. Thank you for the gift sub. But I think that was like within seconds of not managing to start it.
But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway.
Ms. Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Poo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
All right, if you insist.
I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw.
On guard. On guard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. I'm just going to change my entire story because it suits me to do so. Hee hee. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
You did your best, Laurel. We still appreciate everybody's support, no matter what form it takes. I knew it. Thud. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume!
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, young'uns today, I told you there is no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so. And what I say is the truth.
At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness, if you must.
On guard, on guard. Yes, now I remember.
Would you please get on with your testimony?
What's your language, young man? What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
What?
A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the nickel samurai.
She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, could you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts.
Okay. You promise, right?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum.
The nickel samurai. That's right. It was the nickel samurai that I saw.
Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, Whisper Snapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what?
See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner at all, are you? Are you?
Well,
what I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
I love that her argument, right, is that all that matters is who you are and what you do now, not what you said in the past. And she's using that to get herself out of contradicting herself 5 minutes ago. But we are at a trial. We are at a murder trial. The entire purpose of this gathering is to hold someone accountable for something that they did in the past. That's what criminal law is. Why are we discussing harem animes in my chat?
Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder.
And why would that be?
That way, no one could see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know?
That makes it sound like it's part of his schedule. Right after the crime. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that included the Jammin' Ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
So let me ask you one last time. One last time. Relax, let me question you one last time. I'm gonna prove that you've been telling lies, telling lies. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. You're not going to expose yourself, Snip? So there isn't? Oh, that's Saria. For some reason I thought it was South Robin, because they both got pink names. I almost said you're not going to expose yourself, not even to South Robin. I'm glad I didn't say that. All of the clamoring fans will be disappointed to learn that the Snip OnlyFans is not around the corner after all. He must have worn that samurai costume when he was stabbing Juan. That's probably the most direct statement, but is there something I can present for it? It could be the fingerprints. If he wears the costume when he stabs Juan, then his fingerprints aren't on the knife, right? Costume has gloves? Probably. I'm gonna save. I don't like it. It doesn't seem completely safe, so I'm gonna save. No, I don't want to return to the title screen.
Objection!
Please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. I've stabbed many a man in my time.
Maybe Old Bag is Match's future. No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to the case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving?
Mr. On Guard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder. Then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show, which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant entered the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to that point, are there any problems with his theory? Boop, boop, bada, boop, bada. There's gotta be a problem. I don't know what it is, but there's gotta be. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Yeah, because he brought the knife in. Edgeworth established the knife came from Matt Ungard's room. He wouldn't bring a knife across the hallway for no... he wasn't planning on eating a steak over in Karita's house. This knife. This was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Yeah, I've presented this knife like 5 times now. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Karita. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees in a hive. And that brings me to my final point, the coup de grace, if you will, Miles. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To hide the murder method or to frame Ungard? Well, to frame Ungard. It'd be to frame Ungard. Boop boop beep. Beep boop beep boop 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 beep. Boop boop beep. Beep boop beep boop boop beep boop boop beep. Boop boop beep. Beep boop beep boop boop beep boop boop beep. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course.
To frame...
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume, and if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Ugh. Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Witness? Did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
Oh, but I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
I wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright, then who were you waiting around for, then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you are waiting for Mr. Juan Carida. Am I right, witness? Am I correct?
Ha ha! The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Garita. Maybe... Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who Mia's hinting at, I suppose it's possible. Ms. Oldbag, you were waiting for Adrian Andrews to come out of the victim's room, weren't you?
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Oh, this is... Well, this is... Ah, I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
And then this manager with the initials AA. Are you saying it's not Alcoholic Anonymous?
Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
There is a tabloid rumor that Juan Carita is having an affair with Adrian Andrews, Matt On Guard's manager. So it would be sensible for someone with a mind to look for that sort of thing, such as Old Bag or a lot of heart, to stake it out, basically, and try to see if they can catch the two of them meeting. Or catch her in his room.
Witness, what in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We should be looking into dead escape artists to have Mia write the name down for Maya to channel. Bring on the spirit of Harry Houdini!
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
You know, there's a game in that. There's a game idea in that, or a superhero idea in that. You channel the spirits of the dead, not to be not for communication, not for fucking fortune teller, spirit medium, woo-woo bullshit. You summon the spirits of the dead into your body so that you can do what they do. Like if you need to fucking cross a tightrope, you just summon up the spirit of a dead acrobat? Isn't that murdered soul suspect? I don't know. Well, I thought that was you playing a ghost. You don't know, you never played it. Yeah, just like, you know, if you need to fight a sword duel, you just summon up Musashi. Like, that sort of shit.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready! This is going to take the wind out of you young'uns.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
That Ed Guard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? It's just you, me, the judge, the prosecutor, your assistant, and the gallery. Fuck. Okay, well, that's the end of that secret then, I suppose.
The defendant sent his manager? Oh, what a distasteful topic for this court.
Well, I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about an idea. I haven't watched, played, seen, read anything that uses the idea. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
Trek, are you that dedicated to making Snip feel uncomfortable in my stream chat? Alright, well, let me look this up. I looked up the name, and all I'm getting is a character from Bleach. Well, anyway. We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. Oh, I thought the 100% was Nitrek's level of confidence. Does Ichigo mean strawberry? Well, there you go. Over the course of his Okay, yeah, no, yeah, all right. Let's move on from that. The truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. That old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right! On guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. What?
That on guard is one evil, evil man.
We're going to the danger zone, but I don't really know why. And I wouldn't have represented it by her. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Ms. A.A.
But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Not anymore. The media has fallen long and hard in the last few years. It is a complete cesspool of multiple biased humans grappling to convince multiple stupid humans that their version of events is true.
Sorry, I used her voice to say something sensible. I won't do that again.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, On Guard will never get me to say touche. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means, even I know that much. Well, that ungod thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan.
You don't have any proof that Mr. Ongard did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
All right then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me any proof that Ongard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan?
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure... No. I don't have anything to offer.
See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Usually, when an old white person of that age declares their right to say whatever they want whenever they want, a slur is to follow. Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway.
You're a dimwit, Mr. Wright. You're a stupid, preening brat. No one cares for your objections. Please stop shouting out, take that, Mr. Wright.
I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
So what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you young'uns need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson?
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this.
No, stop!
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night.
Are you sure she didn't?
Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Where did you get it from?
Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. I'm a pro. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
If we drilled a hole into your brain, we'd never find anything. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? We can press further. We can present evidence. We can wait and see. What do we got? We have our attorney's badge. We have our Magatama. We have a photo of the Nickel Samurai. We have the press conference ticket. We have a radio transceiver from the Kilia. We have Lotta's camera, which was stolen on the night of the murder and includes a tabloid article about the victim. Hang on a sec! You know, I think I'm going to present some evidence. This is why we go through them one by one, folks. Sometimes the answer just attacks us right in the middle of the browse. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Stop that! Witness! I hate to say it, but, this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it, you dirty, rotten old thief? The investigative photographer Lotta Hart. Who, by the way, isn't a witness for once. Notice that? I mean, she might still be later. But so far, at least, we're not having to deal with her. But there's a lot of people that could be witnesses in this case. Like Laurel, for example, who would tell the perfect truth at all times and would not lie, obfuscate, or present any sort of deviously minded, perjurous puzzle for us to unravel. But really, I mean, we could be talking... We've talked to Gumshoe. Franziska, maybe, might end up a witness because she got shot. Maybe she'll have something to say about the assassin later. I don't know. Will Powers was around. Lotta was around. The defendant usually isn't a witness. Sometimes they are. We got Old Bag here. We got Adrian. So they have a lot of people to choose from. Lotta was replaced by Larry in the anime. In this case? Or in general? Because they couldn't replace Lotta with Larry in Turnabout Goodbyes. They were both in it, right? Speaking of, no Larry in Ace Attorney 2. That's probably why. Because Lotta isn't as important, really, as Larry's got the history with Edgeworth and Phoenix. There's no Larry in this game. He's not in it at all. The investigative photographer Lotta Hart, who is perhaps the second most annoying recurring witness I've ever had to deal with.
Second?
Yes.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing?
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Ms. Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
Yeah, South Robin, but you thought Old Bag was okay, right up until you actually got to sit there and look at her behavior on stand. Believe me, when Lotta is in front of you, she's worse. Many witnesses in this game are a lot less bearable when they're in front of you than when you think about them after the fact.
No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it, that's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note?
No, Snip. I'm not the point of what I said was not to suggest anything personal about South Robin, but to suggest the nature of memory. And how it is easier to look fondly upon quirky characters when they're not right in front of you for the nostalgia and the occasional redeeming qualities, compared to how bloody annoying they were when they were actually on screen.
Then you were the one who took Miss Hart's note?
I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Veggie Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out, like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Pile on! Pile on! Pile on like a goddamn Twitter thread. Let's go! If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. You stole the camera, right? It's the same evidence, but it's... yeah. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me."
Why did you do that accent, Mr. Wright?
Witness! What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love, and I borrow things from people without asking.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed that it said Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard, and it's my business to know these things. Consider it a confiscation.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
See? I told you! That's the guy I saw!
Well, this proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Yeah, and what a distinct lack of likeness for Matt on guard it is.
What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that... Wait, sorry, there was a confession? At the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
Well, if that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
the defendant.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close.
Is there anything in this that suggests... Is he maybe limping his leg? Not evidently. Is it just me, or does the guy on the pic look taller? With a lot less flowers? Is it supposed to be like that at the bottom? Like, it looks... The pants are all bunched. Gloves are definitely on, but the pants are all bunched at the end. You're supposed to see his feet. This one's not taller, this one's shorter. Could be that. Or it could be something else that none of us are seeing that's more obvious.
Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I will put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. And it is to save scum like a motherfucker. This photo that Lada took, there's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, Mr. Wright.
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Not even if James Randi himself came down from on high to point out the contradictions in the logic.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Nitrek has thought up an even worse anime. You should DM Snip and see if you can see how he reacts. If you're not going to say it out loud. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
It's a one and done again. I think it's gonna be the fate. I think it's gonna be the fate. And if it's not, well, we saved. I don't like that has turned itself into a link, Laurel. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't.
And what does that mean?
The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard.
What is the meaning of this?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate. With actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks. You couldn't see his socks.
Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. I'm actually quite proud that I saw that. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Sorry. That was... wow. The unfolding of those two lines was great, Snip. I was about to comment. I was about to say, ooh, is Snip deflecting here? Is Snip deflecting here? But then you folded. I don't know that I want to look up that based on its name, but... well... You couldn't think of a worse anime to fit the bit. Is it bad? Like as in written poorly? Or is it just... for degenerates? Okay, well, let's not bring anything up that could get my Twitch stream into strife. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not met on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Angard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who was the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
Well, the last time, the person wearing the costume was the victim. But this is not a photo set hours before the murder took place. This is a photo set presumably after it. So the only person that's kind of around for that is Adrian. Especially because it's someone shorter, and I don't know necessarily that Juan Carita's build was different from Angard's, but you would assume that Adrian Andrews is probably not as big as the action stars, right?
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say that it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Angard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Angard that night.
How does all of that add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife, with Mr. Angard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what it is you want? Right. I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Ms. Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Carita. It was Ms. Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
All right. This is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court.
Now then.
Please, Your Honor. Continue the trial. You must pass the verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not...
I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But... we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What? What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance by that man. A man who, let me remind you, was not aware that he would be prosecuting today's case until 5 minutes before it began, when the news of Franziska von Karma's injury reached the court.
Although I suppose he's the one who walked in and told us she was fine, so he no doubt heard about it the second she was shot, but still, fucking hell. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Ba-da-da-da, bleedy bleed bleedy. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Right.
I will take my break here. Well, my first one. I'll probably take another after the next chapter, but I'll be back very soon. This is the shorter break. I'll be taking another one later to eat food, but right now I just want to get up. So we will continue very soon.
Alright.
The last thing in my chat is no horny. Why? Oh, fanfics are being talked about. Never mind, let's not. Someone called Spin said something bad. Well, they wouldn't want things to spin out of control. 2:14 p.m., defendant lobby number 3.
Dude! I can't believe that Adrian... No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews!
She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was... well, her.
So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
See, she could also have easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama.
Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then... Dude, you're saying it was really her?
Yes. She is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita.
But... why? I thought she was buds with Juan.
She has her own agenda.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted at the end of today.
Get me a verdict that was refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Inpax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Ms. Andrews depended on Ms. Inpax as her strength and reason to live. Bad photo. But then Ms. Inpax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Ms. Andrews got close to Mr. Carita. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Ms. Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Ms. Inpax? It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Ms. Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carita's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt on guard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he would do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter? Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
When I found the body.
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes. I know. In order to catch a person like you, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Very well. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. And what was Mr. Ongard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you...
Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ongard's knife from his room?
No.
Subject, verb, object. Right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
And there was his dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Ms. Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked.
Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this, too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then, what did you do next, witness?
I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice! Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. Right. Okay. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it. Ms. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. The guitar was already gone. We've established that the guitar was back at the studio and never came to the hotel in the first place, so the case was always empty. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya's sake.
So what was the hint in that? Let me play that again. It does not sound like there's any contradictions right now. Keep on the offensive. Catch her with strong, decisive evidence. We've pressed everything, but... usually at this point, it's, time to present something, but sometimes in the later cases they'll fuck you with a pressing order where, like, after you go through it once you can go through it again and new shit will show up. The thing that I'm wondering about is there is water but only on top of the lid. Flower vase hit the guitar case, that's probably what made it wet. But the guitar case was open, so it should have been shut when the vase flipped over, so she would have... I'm gonna save. I'm gonna present that and see if it's enough right now. And if it isn't, then I'm gonna start pressing her again because I don't have anything else. There we go. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto this guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It is a major problem. Major problem?
It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Well, let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
What is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Oh. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think about what Ms. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she did not touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to the case, doesn't it?
It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Make her testify, obviously, always. The empty guitar case. I believe that this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I don't know why or how, but I believe it. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. There must have been something in it, or he wouldn't have taken it without the guitar. And the only way he wouldn't have realized the guitar was missing would be if something else of weight was in it.
All right, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly, because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal, though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Karida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do was call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Was it really empty? Huh? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism.
The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Well, hang on. All Wright said was, what if the case wasn't empty, not what if the case had the guitar in it? Other things can be put into a case. Things that maybe aren't supposed to be. The average weight of an electric guitar is 8 pounds. Typical electric guitars can weigh anywhere from 6 to 10 pounds, depending on the type of wood used and the shape of the body. Thank you, Encyclopedia Demon Dragonica. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. I don't remember too clearly. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. There is some water, but only on top of the lid bears Karida's fingerprints. It doesn't bear hers, unless it hasn't been checked for them. Yeah. There is no way that you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the awards ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seemed the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's strange! You're wearing gloves. Isn't that a bit strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, your fingerprints on a wine glass. I have your proof right here, this wine glass. Take a look at this glass of wine! The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off, you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Ah! I fucking love that animation. How many glasses does she have? Well, for now, 2. But we will see how many spares as the interrogation continues. Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. Huh? What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it was really empty, though. But the guitar. The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work.
steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Ms. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in this case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was inside the...
So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours! You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let us have at it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? I don't bloody know, I don't bloody know, I don't bloody know, don't bloody know. I don't bloody know, I don't bloody know, I don't bloody know. I don't bloody know, I don't bloody know, I don't bloody know. The costume. Well, I don't have the costume, though. It's not in my evidence. I have Lotta's photo, I have the knife, I have the autopsy report, I have 2 suicide reports, I have the ninja button, I have the photo of the crime, the wine glass, the guitar case, the guide map, magazine clipping, Lotta's camera, radio transceiver, press conference tickets, the nickel samurai. Well, if that's the name of that photo, then that's probably good enough. Okay, fine.
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what is important is what is in the picture, Your Honor.
In this picture?
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... inside the guitar case was the nickel samurai, the hero's very own costume. What?
Mr. Wright, explain yourself!
Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? Sorry. What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo?
Blana, 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 na, blana, na, na, na.
Order, order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places.
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case?
Had to be a spare if Ungard still had his. Mr. Onguard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. To impersonate.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. All right, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... to impersonate him, of course. To play the role of the Nickel Samurai at a press conference that Matt on guard knew nothing about.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up right. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Onguard himself said that he had no idea that he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager that he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That is a public disclosure.
Miss Andrews?
I can see why you're a pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me.
You?
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What?
So why did you help him?
And do you know what this secret of Mr. Enguarde's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Enguarde?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please, tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Protecting Matt.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
So what did you do? This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Enguarde.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Enguarde himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? What? Anyway, the important thing here is that your information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. That's why I'm starting to feel off. I'm just starting to feel slightly sick and It's because my air conditioner is full, which means it's not cooling the room down anymore. It's just blowing air. I'm just going to quickly fix that before I fucking die. The air conditioner is working again, so I'll be fine. This lady is so confusing. I left all this damning evidence everywhere because I was trying to protect him. No clue. Has Mr. Onguard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference. Yeah, no, she's making no sense right now. There's no reason why she would be helping Mr. Kurita to destroy his reputation, but also want to protect him from murder charges. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Onguard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Onguard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Onguard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Onguard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Ms. Andrews has said.
Well, that's alright, because it's not your fucking job, it's mine. So you just sit there and wait for me to tell you, huh?
I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Oh, I thought he was doing the cleavage stare. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. The second greatest nostalgia hit I've ever seen. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? My favorite random trivia fact is that the voice actor for Guybrush Threepwood works as a food critic now. The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Neatrick, the theory would be that she wants him to be punished for things that he actually did rather than things he didn't do. Well, she says that she thinks he's the murderer. So to her mind, that's what he did. Meanwhile, she also states that she does not know what one Kurita's secret was going to be. So, it seems like the opposite of that. She's trying to protect him from something she thinks he did, whereas she's happy to let him be ruined by something that may have nothing to do with her at all. Him at all. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
That button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Ms. Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was such a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Karita planned such an elaborate conference. Ms. Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This is not the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Ms. Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you will need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Ms. Andrews. Alright, let's see. She had a feeling Matt was the murderer from the crime scene. She knows what his motive was. Matt had no alibi. The button was torn off during the fight with Matt. But you're Matt's manager, so you felt you had to protect him. Well, we can't argue that. Or rather, we can't prove what her feelings were. The button was torn off during his fight. Are we sure of that? Definitely ripped from the costume and covered in his blood. If he was strangled with a scarf from behind... would they have fought? Right, no, it's the blood. Yeah, it's the blood. Why is there blood? Yeah, if they fought, sure, grab the button, but there shouldn't be blood on the button if he was strangled. Blood was not shed until after death. That's why. Okay, it is this. I was thinking maybe the argument was that because he would have been behind him, but no, it's blood. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Well, let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means... it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Ms. Andrews. There was no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button turned off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know that this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it? To pin the crime on the donkey, of course. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There is no way anyone would put a bloody button inside their own pants. I don't know. People do strange things in their pants. That's right. Mr. Engard was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally. Finally, I can name the murderer. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard, is... Adrien Andrews. There can be no one else. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You are Mr. Kurita's killer! Now get in my Pokeball! What?
Order! Order! Order, Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Ms. Andrews. What? How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me! I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about the knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard. Naturally, a knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room, and the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Ah! Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there was no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Ms. Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of the evidence that incriminates Ms. Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No.
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at that time. That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Ms. Andrews purposely left their fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo! A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please. Stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we have just discussed. Understood? All right. It is the Fifth Amendment. It is a constitutional amendment, I think, in America. I don't know how it works in other countries, but that's how it works there. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Ms. Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yeah, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
So yes, then. Well, but, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No! She's taking that defiant attitude again! Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this time. At this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. The defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor! That's not necessary. Trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't she? He, rather? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please. The trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? Your impeccable improv manners aside, Miss Andrews, I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual? But I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
When I found the body.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
Riel Tirax, what brings you here? That is not a name I'm familiar with, but thank you for the raid. Were you playing or interested in some Ace Attorney yourself? That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in its messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired-looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. So I went to pour him some juice.
There was a knife in him!
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
So you poured the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so earlier in your testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
When I found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself, even though I said so in like 2 whole testimonies. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there was a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ugh. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Karita? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Yeah. And then what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired-looking in the corner. Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Yes. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all?
To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice.
You thought he fainted?
I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought that maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone.
And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice?
Yes. He always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead?
I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward.
And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Ms. Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time?
I thought he had fainted or something. The thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. We put the knife to this. What? This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence and the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Yes, they are! Clearly! What? Fuck off! The thought that he was dead,
Maybe it's the photo instead. Maybe we got to use the photo. The photo shows him with the knife in him. I still reckon the knife should have been it, though. There we are. That's bull. That's pedantic. That's fucking pedantic. You should give us credit for regardless of which one we pick. That's BS. Get fucked. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Karida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that there was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No!
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Mattengard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Yeah, in the real world, most people who commit murders don't actually admit it.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Mattengard.
Fuck. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. Well, to be fair, the people who are confessing in this game aren't on trial. They're confessing because Phoenix has, brought them to it. The witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth.
The absolute, real truth? What are you...
Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free. And in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, I am condemned. If I stay silent, I am damned. If I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Ms. Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Ms. Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Man on Guard will be acquitted. Ms. Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Ms. Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me, I'm begging you. Please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did, and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Request a verdict or force her to testify? We need to know the truth. We'll make her talk. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Ms. Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What a shame. Huh? I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However...
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ms. Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop!
Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness... How should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it is no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop! I beg you! If people find out... I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how could you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still-breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either way, either is fine with me. I'll talk. But please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's body with the knife and I ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Stabbed the body?
With the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man!
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Ms. Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Carida in the chest with the knife. However, she did not do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and God for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Ms. Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest.
I should turn this up for a bit.
But you could tell from the state the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. Blur, blur, blur. 1 second. Okay. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up. I went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with the knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I had finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. And that's Ms. Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I still don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So, after that you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Franziska, huh?
She said that I should under no circumstance confess what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor! The defense still...
Right.
Huh? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Ms. Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. Let it go! Let it go! Don't cross-examine anymore! Let it go! Let it go!
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Mr. Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. Court adjourned for today.
Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this. Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. And you...
Took it!
It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why...
Hold it! Witness that card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Yes, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
I didn't mean to! What is all this about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it, and what does it mean?
Find out next time on Ace Attorney.
Don't worry. We've still got 2 hours. I can't be certain that we'll get through the whole investigation, but we might do like we did in Rise from the Ashes and pause halfway through it. It's possible that the investigation has a checkpoint like the first one did. If it does, then I will use that. But we will go further. However, I do need to take my break. I need to eat. So I will be gone, and then we'll do as much of the investigation as we can fit in, but we might not finish on a proper point. I'll give you some music. But I'll be back in like 15.
Bazard, if you're gonna waste your internet points while I'm not here, that's on you.
But we are back. Actually, no, we're not. I need to shut that door. Hang on. Now we're back. Door was wide open, not the plan. Look, now, hang on. There. You let the kid cry for 20 minutes, and I'd do it again! Alright.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out.
Huh?
The condition was that we had to get her... The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. He won't, because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given even a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yeah, exactly, because she's, you know, been kidnapped and is in a potentially fatal situation, so, you know, relax. Right? Yes, that's right. So. Hey! You guys! Glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Blah na 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 na. Blah there there there. Blah na. Hey, it's wilting a little. I'll give it some delicious water, pal. It's okay. I already did that. Watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Did he just call the watering can Mr.? Oh my god. My desk. Since I don't have time to sit, it's unusually clean.
Oh, I cleaned it up even more for you last night.
But I can get it even more cleaner, pal!
That's for the toilet!
What a mess. Literally. Gumshoe is a part of all of these now, apparently. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me.
Oh, do you need to look something up in one of those law books, Mr. Nick? Which book is it? Which book do you need? I can't read those hard books. And, I can't reach them either.
But I can read, and I'm tall, pal! Please stop competing with an 8-year-old. It's disturbing. But that's the only way I can win! That's the problem. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Ah, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal.
I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay.
By the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods?
That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth. Ms. Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there was something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie, per se. It feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or, that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Ms. von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning?
Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and she's still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? Are you gonna visit her, pal?
No, well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hardy Clinic.
That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Blah 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 doop blah doop bloop. Look, it's my attorney's badge.
Ah, it's a little tarnished, don't you think, pal? Don't worry, I'll make it all sparkly shiny again.
I'm really touched.
Have you heard anything from the kidnapper?
No, not yet.
I'm sure once he hears what happened at the trial today, he'll call, pal. But remember, you can't provoke him when you get to talk to him. Who would have thought that this knife Mr. On Guard used to eat his dinner steak with...
Go on.
That it would be stabbed into the victim's body by Miss Andrews, of all people. I guess she just hated the victim that much, huh, pal?
The question isn't why she hated the victim to that extent, but rather why she tried to pin the murder on Mr. Engard.
I wonder if she really hates Mr. Engard.
So this nickel samurai was really Miss Andrews, huh?
Yeah. This is either when she went to Mr. Engard's room to get the knife, or when she was done with the foul deed. But I guess we'll never know.
Why don't I make us some instant noodles instead?
Nothing to say about suicide reports. Probably for the best.
When I saw that button, I thought to myself, this is gonna prove that Mr. On Guard's guilty. But it looks like there was a lot more to it than I thought. Huh, pal?
You're a pro. You should know better than to say something like that.
Well, I'm not a cop anymore, just a regular helper around the office now, so...
I wonder if he misses working down at the precinct. Nearly done. One more. Alright, that's the lot for Gumshoe. Except for the profiles. It'll be okay. You'll see her again, little missy.
Yeah,
It's really important that you don't give up.
okay.
I guess a big voice really does give you a sense of presence.
I won't give up ever.
Cheer up, you can't give up, missy.
Yeah.
Hey, I know. I'll show you something real cool. How's this? It's a real, genuine pistol. Kinda like the one that the kidnapper will use to shoot Maya if Phoenix here fucks up the trial. I don't have my pistol or my police badge anymore.
Cheer up, you can't give in.
Yeah! What are those two doing? People are jealous of my roguishly cool detective look, pal. It's because of this look that I passed the detective's test, you know. Oh? But you know, people can't coast through life on their looks alone, pal. Yeah, you can't count on your looks alone. After all, if that were the case, Bazza wouldn't have been able to achieve any manner of success.
Wow. I learned something new today.
Is she alright? After being shot, I mean? Her wound isn't that bad. Well, the gunshot wound anyway. But the wound to her pride, that's a different story, pal. The wound to her pride? Well, until now, she always upheld the Von Karma Creed, but since you came here, well, you've given her pride quite a beating, pal. Oh. I mean, she may act all grown up, but she's really still just an 18-year-old. Quite frankly, I worry about her, pal. That's the first time I've seen that side of Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Forcing people to say what he wants him to during testimony. I want to know what in the world happened to him all this time he's been gone. Nothing to say on Will Powers? I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who Juan Carita and Mad on God are. Juan Carita, though, he was always desperately trying to be better than Mad on God. Can't believe it. Maya getting kidnapped all because of this guy. I mean, what kind of person is the real murderer anyway?
Maybe they're a big fan of Mr. On Guard.
But the kidnapper's voice, he sounds kind of like an older man to me. I don't actually voice the killer that old. Like, he is an old man, but I always voiced him with more of a strength because he doesn't seem like the more withered sound would suit him. My impression of her has totally changed, pal. So where is she right now? I'm sure she's being questioned down at the precinct. At the very least about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation. And she's probably be staying over at the detention center. Detention center, huh? Yeah, she was Ms. Adrian Andrews' mentor. Because of the suicide of the mentor she depended on, Adrian Andrews tried to follow her in an attempted suicide. Now the question is, who is Ms. Andrews relying on now? Yeah, it's kind of what we're giving him. We're kind of giving him a Jarvis Butler voice. Yeah, exactly. The only way I could keep that while also making it sound older would just lower the power, I dare say, at least. Alright, let's see. Detention center. From what the guard told me, it sounds like along with Mr. On Guard, Ms. Andrews is also being detained here.
Then we should talk with them since we're here.
Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning.
And we don't have time to waste.
Yeah, I don't want him to sound like Michael Caine, Bazza.
All right. So if you want to get your Maya back, you're gonna have to get a complete acquittal for that Maya lass. For that Matt on guard. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do him in. Sorry about that, lad. But that's just the way the business works.
See, I can't really do Michael Caine. Visiting hours are almost over. No chat with the jailbirds today. Okay.
Wow. Everybody looks really busy with something or other.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass that victims list around. Oh, you gotta be kidding. There's over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearl's never mind. Sounds like they're working on a different case. It must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would be because I feel like I would like to help this company grow. Must be doing image training for corporate interviews.
What? Prosecutor Von Karma was shot in front of the courthouse? Who did it? Who shot her?
I have a sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job. Well, have you ever heard of the term kicked upstairs? Okay, that's not new. That's not new either. That's not new either, and that's about it that you can look at here. No one to talk to here. Hotel lobby.
All right now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass!
What? I wasn't expecting this crossover. Oh. Sorry, let me redo that then.
You shall not pass!
Miss Oldbag!
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger! Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy here! Again! Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Poo's heart. I wanted it all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. This old bag. Keep your hands off of me.
Get your hands off me! What is the charge?
This helmet is airtight. No air gets in, and no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. So she's cut off access to the rest of the hotel.
Hey! I said no restless loitering and no touching! You're interfering with my watch, and that's a no-no!
Looks like in order to search around here, I have to first get this kooky alien to go away. Yep, and that counts for every examination point in the map. Hey there.
Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. And yep, that's the same response for every talk point, and probably every evidence as well. La-doo-doo-dee-doo-doo-doo.
Sorry, Sonny. I can't see it very well through this helmet. I see that look in your eyes. You stop thinking I'm an alien from outer space this instant.
Can you at least talk to me about yourself? You seem to like that topic. Nope. I'm gonna make an executive decision and say that we don't have what we need to get past her yet, and that every thing on this list now is going to give us that same no-cell response. Even the camera that she stole. So we back out for now. We were given a new place to go. We'll go there. Seems like we're being railroaded there, to be honest. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. The same dude with the same injury is taking the same trip down the same hallway. Ah, fuck.
Yes. You here to visit a patient?
Hi. Wait a second, you're...
Yes, I'm Director Harry.
Why are you still here?
Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm Director Hardy.
Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it?
Director Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in very good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking very good care of. Yes. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun, after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret, like, she would scream really loud. Yes.
I see.
Ah, but she's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with a whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it.
Go back to your room.
You're so mean. So mean. My frisky frisker. But that's good, too. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. This patient is undergoing rehabilitation.
Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot the last time you came to visit? Doesn't look like they moved any closer to the reception desk. Is this clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better?
Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here.
Ah, sorry. Yes, most sorry, yes.
This month's word to the wise, put your best foot forward. Putting this up at a general clinic like this doesn't really mean much, does it?
Oh, that's the X-ray room down there. Yes.
How did you know what I was thinking?
Yes, well, it's because there's the X-ray room. Yes.
There's something very peculiar about this guy, because I know it's not me.
Visiting hours are over. That's why there's not many people in the waiting room. Yes. It's time for nightly consultations to begin. Mine, that is.
Isn't there anyone keeping an eye on this guy? Phoenix, I don't know if you've met doctors before. I have a shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trials this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. After all, it would be simply unthinkable for even a von Karma to dream of trying a case while having an active bullet in their shoulder. You know what, perhaps you have a point. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Ms. Von Karma, you made a deal with Ms. Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Ms. Andrews to not testify in court today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal?
You're denying it?
It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over.
All while hiding Ms. Andrews' own crime?
That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective. To find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means.
Miss Von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty.
And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all.
But you had to know she was...
Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth.
Tag team out!
Do you know anything about the kidnapping? I've been put in charge of this case, so I can't give you any help with regards to clues or evidence.
You sure are hard-nosed. Totally different from Detective Gumshoe.
And that's why he was fired. He's got a point.
You won't even talk about Franziska!
Well, I guess that's a complete shutdown then. We're not supposed to present to him right now. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far? But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there, and that's why I made the witness do the same. It is only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Do you have any idea what you have
Stupidly, yet inadvertently done! This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this.
Understood. Top secret investigation. Only lawyers and hospital directors are allowed to know about it. Now carry on.
The Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand.
Also, 8-year-old girls can listen too.
Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley DeKiller. And just as his name states, he is a killer. An assassin. The best at that.
An assassin?
Picture card was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Ms. Andrews was carrying it. So who is this Shelley DeKiller? DeKiller is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the DeKiller name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with the shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured that it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. Pretty sure hiring an assassin is a crime. Dekilia values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear this way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya. She's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen. You need to know something. Juan Carrida was killed by Shelley Dekilia. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley Dekilia. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I am sure they will let you enter. Received a letter of introduction from Edgeworth that should shut up the old bag. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psych log.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya, please. All I ask is that you make it home safe and sound. Well, it begs the honest question. If this assassin's duty to his client is that they are not blamed for the death that he dishes out, and this assassin was hired by someone other than Matt Ungard, then nothing else should take place, right? He'd have no stake. Why would someone be so dedicated towards getting an acquittal for Matt Ungard if they did not owe them that as part of a contract?
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around.
First, some wine.
What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty.
Maya, you fool!
There's all sorts of things piled up here.
but it's too dark to see. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go take a look around now. Let's move outwards into the question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get them out of here. Maybe get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? Sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Wow, I've never seen a TV that big before! Now, where's the power button? Oh, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love..." Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. It's so dark in here I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh. This simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes. Correct? Dad? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. 7 p.m. Hottie Clinic reception.
Mr. Nick?
Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left you now.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Well, yes. Talk to your client. Definitely. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
Gumshoe. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
Aw.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Ah, yeah, there's a message here for you. Message? It's from Matt On Guard. Here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. Do you think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, all right?
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Could you help prevent a cat from starving? The answer to this question is always yes. I don't actually know where his house is. It's not on my list. Wait, does he want us to go to his hotel room? My house is a little ways down from the hotel. Okay. Go to the hotel. Here, have this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Ms. Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of...
Edgy poo.
Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand?
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook.
Thank you for the follow. I'm not even going to pretend that I know how to pronounce that name, though.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face. So anyway, let's continue with our investigation.
Okay.
Ah! What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today.
Why?
Well, because we're cutting down on the amount of visitable locations so that the whole proceeding moves more smoothly and has fewer dead ends. Also, the police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. I'm like a Balrog, but with a ray gun instead of a whip.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Xanther, thank you for that gift sub there, which landed in Taco Cass's hands. Now, I don't think there's going to be anything new here. Well, that was kind of new, but... Let's read this one. It's the stage that we're going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but...
But that press conference...
It was really the victim, Juan Carita, trying to disclose something about Mr. On Guard.
But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic?
Yeah, they may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside... They're only human after all. They're only human after all. I absolutely blame them. Because they both douchebags. Well, Carita seems to have been one. On Guard is weird. Viola Hall is the rest of the hotel, but there's the new one is living room. Let's skip straight to the living room. I'm curious as to what Matt On Guard's house looks like. On Guard Mansion living room. Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on a light.
Jesus Christ. Wow. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoo the kitty cat. Shoo!
So I guess this is Shoo.
Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo.
Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Well, that was a moment killer, but thank you for the 5 gift subs to Jandis, Etufur, and some lurkerly types. May I help you with something, Mr... Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. You know, it's funny, I was sent here to feed the cat because there'd be no one home, and yet... And yet here you stand, sir. And may I say, you look... familiar. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh, what is it with me and feeling inferior today? Dekilia? Who is Dekilia? My name is John Incognito.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Olde Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid does. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air!
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow. Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
I've already been there. The last time I went there, someone got dead. So, no. Anyway, extremely suspicious man. Hi. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Not typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. In case he goes away when I have the last conversation with him, let's do the present bit. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a look at this. I'm afraid I cannot offer up anything special about it. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of evidence for a trial. Polite yet snotty with a touch of rude. He's the stereotypical butler, all right. How about this transceiver that a kidnapper is using to threaten me? Do you know anything about that, sir? How about this picture card below the known calling card of notorious hitman Shelley the Killer? I'm sorry, de Killer? I don't know who that is. That's funny, because you pronounced it differently to how everybody else does. Except Edgeworth, but he's a snob. John Doe, the butler of On Guard Mansion, but for some reason I get the feeling we've met before. I'm gonna do that again. I am asking him about himself. Would you happen to know who this person is? No, I would not. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master's acquaintances. Then what in the world can I talk to you about?
Mr. Nick, being angry is bad.
You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. That's actually the same dialogue as if we ask him in the talk page. About Juan Carrito? Nope. Yeah, no, Stonewall. Stonewall. That's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. He owned another pair of cats named Wei and Wu as well, but Shu ate them both in a stunning reversal of history. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young, and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. I'm almost voicing him like one of the text-to-speech. One of the British male text-to-speech voices. And that's kind of intentional, because he's not exactly an emotional man. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer.
I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again.
Well, I mean, to be honest, you would be fantastic at Shelley the Killer, but there's one problem. I'm not letting anyone else have him. Yeah, me too.
Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot.
Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast?
Okay, let's work really hard then.
This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy. That is the same shit you said last time. Most of this is going to be the same. There's nothing new in the... Although... this is the third day straight that this food has just been sitting there. this version of the game has the cock lobster? Didn't I say this looked a bit penisy the other day and people told me I was saying things? I don't know. Grand set of doors. It's the doors that Maya followed the bellboy out of. Yeah, the bellboy. Remember the bellboy? God, he had an interesting face, didn't he, Phoenix, that bellboy? God, yeah, you know, if I ever saw that face again, the face that bellboy had, I reckon I might recognize it, and I think you should too, Phoenix. So how about you just have a good hard think about the face of that bellboy right there, and then have a think about any other faces you've seen lately, and maybe you might get a clue! Sorry? Sorry? It wasn't a cock. It was a cock lobster! How can Dekilia remain hidden for years with an extremely recognizable face? Well, the answer is simple. Shut up. Hey, city boy! Look, Lada, you're still alive. I mean, here.
Reckon course, an investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Rick, give it. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that beef thing already? Blah, da, 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 da. Shouldn't be anything new in here. Phoenix will say the same tired old shit about the flowers. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I think that actually was new shit with Lotta there, but I don't know that I can be bothered.
The old lady told us about this, didn't she? That we can't go in this room tonight?
I wonder if an investigation briefing is going on right now inside. Without Detective Gumshoe. Piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Carita's room.
So that's the scene of the murder, I reckon. I thought something had gone on that night, but I didn't ever think it was murder.
Alright, well look at the bear.
Aw, how lovely. The teddy bear looks happy to be surrounded by so many beautiful flowers.
Pearls really seems to like teddy bears a lot. I wonder if Lotta also...
I didn't touch him! Wasn't me, I tell you! I'll give you my word!
Why do I get the impression Lotta stole a bear? We're thinking Lotta stole a bear. Na 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 na. So, just apropos of nothing, you don't happen to recognize this face, do you?
Nope, sorry, no can do. Only thing I want to see is a steaming hand towel.
What? A steaming hand towel?
Need one for my eyes. Today just ain't a good day for my eyes to be looking at stuff.
How convenient. Maybe I'll have to use that one next time you show me something. Okay, so I guess she's not going to be commenting on evidence today. Nope, not at all. Brilliant. This will be faster. I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but...
Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Nobody saw the killer. So about the note that was inside your camera case.
Oh, that ditty I wrote?
Yeah. Can I believe what you've written?
You mean the stuff about Angard shoving his manager lady on a corrida?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. It's like fan fiction, but for real people.
Whatever came to mind?
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here?
Fan fact.
Oh, my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you?
Sorry, are you suggesting that Phoenix Wright was a Crown loyalist during the American Revolution?
So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera.
You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee you'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too, little one. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay.
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Fuck you. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, could you bring it? Would you just please leave already?
Finally. Some peace and quiet. Gotten rid of Old Bag. Gotten rid of Lotta. Matt and Adrian are in detention. Corrida is dead. Presumably Will Powers isn't involved anymore. Gumshoe is fired. Franziska is in the hospital. There's really no one that we could meet in here, thank fuck. So we'll finally get some peace and quiet. Ooh. 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 I unironically have no idea who this is.
Mr. Nick?
What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts.
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Excuse me? What who you're calling a demon, brat?
Zoinks! It's the alien!
Who are you calling an alien?
Oh. It is just you, Ms. Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with young'uns today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
Nobody else has complained of any buffering, and my OBS has not indicated that there were any problems, so I'm assuming that this is a you thing, Snip. Da 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 doodly da. Why do I remember all of this damn tune? It's so complicated. I don't know why I remember it so fucking well, but nonetheless I do.
So that's a bed.
Yep. It's big, but it's bed. How easily children are entertained. Y'all are having stream problems. That's very weird, because I have drop frame 0 and I'm not having an encoder issue. This sounds like it might be a Twitch TV issue. That's not great. We were gonna stop soon. So maybe that's my signal if my stream isn't going super well. We might talk to Old Bag first and then wrap it up. So where's this discount Monokuma? Sam reckons one of these bears is a discount Monokuma. I'm not seeing it. Blub-a-da-bub, blub-a-da-bub, blub-da-blub-blub. We already did that. I'm not bringing Snip in. Angry bear. This one, maybe, yeah.
A body has been discovered!
Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, deceived, tricked by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, all right.
Now I've seen everything.
But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business, so it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita.
He was the most popular star, you know. Especially where it counts, in my book.
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
The presents. They're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after that fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out down by a river going, "Hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Roar."
Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub.
What a load of shit.
So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock! What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello. This is not a phone. Maya. How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day. Please. All I ask is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please. I suppose, if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right. All right. Then... a little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? If you'll excuse me.
Well, what happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. And who the fuck do we know that's one of them? Nope. 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 Maybe. Nope. Ah, fuck. Well... as I say, I think that's about what I'll do. It's a decent enough cliffhanger for next week. Hopefully next week we'll get this case finished, and I might be willing to go overtime next week. I might be willing to allocate, I don't know, 7 hours if I must. We will see. But for now, we will save. Good run, I think. So at this point, we know who killed him. But the scary question of who hired him. Because it really looks like it was Matt, and if it was Matt, how does this case end? Do we just get Shelley convicted? That's not going to feel right. Well, I mean, it's not going to feel right without, you know, also bringing down the person who hired him, and if that person is Matt. Well, that's for next week. Fairly well. Back tomorrow for Final Fantasy XIV, of course, but next week for Phoenix Wright. Fairly well.